there. Okay, maybe that is warning. Maybe to some extent it is warning. You suck a flashbang. You suck a flashbang. Go brr. Hello and welcome to the Azrael IO. You know, sometimes I wonder why anyone puts up with me. Yeah. Which is the realm knife. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. You know, I feel like I should like stick the chat box on my screen, like up there. So when I look this direction towards the chat, that's where it's actually at. Technically, it's over on my other side. I've stayed up 30 hours. It's kind of too many. Can I like take this and just put it over here? Kind of ambitious, that is. Just a slightly. Sleep now. Wake up in 3 hours. Stay up the rest of the day. I mean, you can do it. I'm not exactly about to recommend this. But, like, I don't see why it isn't possible. Should be doable, I would think. just beware. Beware. Beware of the consequences. Tis the F Mega. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Love it how some of the obscurity, how well the model freaks out every time I move around in some particular way. It's kind of crazy. It almost makes me wonder. I should, like, I don't know, rearrange the model. Have I ever used the 0MQ? I think I remember, like, looking it up before. Like, see if it was viable for some sort of project. And then ultimately, I kind of decided against it. So I didn't actually end up using it. I definitely heard of it. There's something gnarly in my throat, I tell you what. Why is everyone trying to assume that I'm sick? I'm not sick. It's just, I don't know what it is. Some sort of chronic condition. Kind of like either, I don't know if it's allergies or if it's just a problem. But it happens pretty much every day. It has happened every day. For years. For years and years and years. And it's kind of been that way, I don't know, pretty much since I've been kind of young. So, like, I'm inclined to assume that it's not really something that I can really deal with. You like get the goo out of my throat. Just let me breathe. Yeah. Back scratcher through the for the yeah, for the throat. Cue the gag reflex. Something gag reflex. Most people don't like having stuff stuck down their throat. I suppose an alternative could be something like a breathing tube or some such. I wouldn't exactly call that for casual use, though. Put some tube down your throat, suck out all the ick, make it all nice and clean and shiny, and then pull it out again. Well, sounds like a horrible idea. Gargling bleach? I think that's a one-way ticket to, something dissolving your skin. Don't recommend that. Don't recommend that at all. Prevents gingivitis, coronavirus, pretty much every disease under the sun. Side effect may cause breathing issues, cardiac arrest, death, burning. Severe reduction in body temperature. May dissolve your teeth. Yeah. This is what we like to call dark humor. A very... I can highly recommend not doing that. It's all around a bad time. Very. Wait, is that the scene that I want? No, I want the, I want the empty. I want the empty. The blue empty abyss. You know, you can't just keep resummoning it. It doesn't go away. They don't go away. I'm almost uncertain whether or not I should make them go away or not. Should I just have all the triangles? The spaceships? Just suspend? Such that you have to restart them every single time? That'd be kind of evil. Breathing seems unlikely. It is the huta of the two of the H. There really needs to be a better way. There really needs to be a better way. Trying to get the stuff out of my throat. Now, where is that thing at? Cough drop things. Those are kind of just supposed to, like... They're supposed to, like, get the what's it called? Why am I drawing a complete total blank? In a way, they're supposed to make it so that you are kind of more, like, I don't know, kind of more gunk in a way. But less coughing. I'm not entirely sure. Anyways. Jay is going to be a bit of an experiment of sorts. What I want to do is present directly to display devices. I'm going to take my 3D engine and I want to make it render directly on my displays. Because, like, I am basically sick of writing parsers right now. And I need a break from all of that. So I'm like, if I need a break from programming languages and compilers and parsers and lexers and so forth, my best alternatives are either like graphics development or like, I don't know, maybe some different flavor of OS development, but that seems kind of a little bit too similar to what I was doing, and this is kind of like a decent enough tangent where I'm like not going to be completely annoyed. So very so, too much so. Back into the motivation. Basically, with the parsing, I am basically I'm basically gonna work on like I'm basically working on like my, what's it called, the like bash shell parser thing off stream for a little bit. Just gonna pick away at it in my in the at the occasional time if I ever get like bored. I'll like pick it up, poke at it for a little bit. Put it down again, do something else, pick it up again. I was doing a little bit of that yesterday, I think, and basically I wrote myself some notes about stuff that was going on. I'm kind of getting a little bit more into figuring it out. And debugging things. It's really hard to debug things if I'm like getting distracted pretty often. That's another problem. Like, I feel like I have to lock into it like super deep. Like, I can't just do it and go and have it work. It's so yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm like backgrounding it, is because it's gonna take all my focus to figure out. There's this Vulkan nonsense, this display present thing. I have a better handle on this. Like it's a lot more obvious. You just call the functions, enumerate the things, and then you have display handle. I don't know if I've done like a lot of it, but I've done a decent amount. Let's see, where is my... engine? Is it core? I think it might be core. This whole thing here is a Vulkan rendering engine, I guess. Like back end. appears to have some outstanding changes to it since I last poked at it, because I never commit anything. And then there's lots of different parts to it. What all in here is like there's the polygon nonsense. I don't know why that's in there. To work without this. I don't think so. We're gonna leave that in there. Rather verbose. That's, I guess, one way of putting it. It can get a little bit verbose. Kind of a bit. Can I, like, go through all of these? I guess just commit a bunch of them. Decide on using C++ for the engine. Because it's the only practical language at the time when I started the project. It's an old project. The renderer here, the Vulkan renderer, this is technically, what is it, like rendering backend version 3? Or 4? I think it's 3. 3 or 4, I don't remember. I would say that I kind of remember the project decently well. In some sense, like, partly because it's been, like, improved, and I've also, like, cross-referenced it a lot. And then there's some things that I'm like, I run across them or revisit them, and I'm like, it's actually not that great. Any more things here? What are we missing here? Oops. Like, usually if I visit a file and I look at it for a second, I can be like, oh yeah, I remember exactly why I did that. So I guess in some ways, I guess I have a bit of a decent memory of it. I've definitely made like some interesting decisions before, though, that's for sure. Can you like add here, please? Like, for example, this project uses a bunch of like OpenGL stuff still. Although, like, all of the OpenGL components are pretty much, they're pretty much broken. They don't work anymore because I think I've like ripped out almost every compatibility with them. Like when I went to Vulkan, I had to like rewrite the like mesh loading system. I had to rewrite the texture loading system. I had to rewrite like the rendering like command set binding systems. So like everything that was built on top of OpenGL doesn't behave properly. It doesn't behave in a way that makes it conducive to actually writing like a Vulkan engine. So I basically had to take all of that stuff and just like unhook it from OpenGL. Like some of it was like really, really deeply rooted in just the OpenGL space, and like, that doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. AFC standard int and standard int. I tell it to add things and then it doesn't add them. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Like what are the changes that I made here? What is this? This is a pipeline for, what is that? That UI stuff? The polygon? Yeah, I think almost all of that's related to the polygon. From storage, vertex index storage. Set up 2D geometry. Together with the UI vertices. Draw the polygon thing. Calculate the polygon thing. Is that all in there? I think that's all in there as well. Try E. And then I think I really want this shader. I want some of this shader and some of this platform stuff. So I need a terminal. We'll add the Wayland generator, because that's kind of just hacked into this project. And we also want... Let's see here, what do I want out of here? I want file system, HID inputs, this debug thing, Linux platform, main. Let's see, and then are you generated? I think you are generated. I should probably take all of the generated stuff and put it in a directory. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go. Move all of those. Move all of those. Move all of those. Wait, for server main, we want system Linux main. I think you have the thing in here. Clickety clackety. It's a pretty good clickety, I think. It's sometimes I think, is it clickety enough? But I can't really be sure. Do you work or... Yeah. Yeah. I think it work. Wait, I don't wanna... I wanna edit. I don't want to open another NeoVim inside of NeoVim. That's kind of E. What do I want? I want System Linux. Wayland Star. Anything in there is basically going to be considered auto-generated or whatnot. Working copy of... Wait, what? Nah? I swear... things sometimes... Well, I've already done quite a bit to have all the files open. Wait. No, we don't want the SPIR-V files. The lazy Git. Not lazy enough? Store staged. Better. There's a lot of things that we ignore here. So I can label test star.jpg. Don't want any of that. And then for this thing, there should be like some sort of output. So we want to put that in there. I don't know if I want. I don't know if I want to like commit the Wayland repositories themselves. That's kind of I don't know, an eek. Kind of an eek sort of moment. I just like add all this stuff in here maybe. I don't remember. Stuff happens. Stuff happened here. I could actually just like diff this against the head and see what it does. I think it's mostly adjustments for Linux compatibility. Capital L. Not enough. Capital L. We'll add that there. Yeah, we did too many things here. This is like a bunch of work in progress stuff. We have Polygon. We have 2D Polygon. Linux OS. Raw Wayland junk. Fun. Most of this project is unfortunately kind of like that, though. What did I do? I think I just X-offed my terminal. Oof. Template class. Beware the template class. Template classes are how you really get into trouble. I was like, do I want to like grab all of the commit messages? Probably not. Probably not. You don't need the commit messages out of this thing. Who needs the commit messages? Who needs the commit messages? Nobody needs the commit messages. going full evil mode here. Very E. It's gonna be like... I was gonna fetch the, what's it called? The commit log. The commit log for the key engine. You know, very E. A new naming convention? Re? Some JPEG? More Re? Multiple textures on a great many models. Multiple cues. Multiple of fun. Is that I use fun more often than not. Move shaders around, do ray tracing stuff. There's ray tracing things because reasons. Mesaka headache. The JSON parser. Fix the window client area. Maths. Memory allocator is slightly less terrible. Stuff. Stuff. Normalizing the unnormalized normals of lines. Re? OMG, I almost forgot about this repo. Also tons of redoings in test server. Like networking is all UDP. Got all that icky CTCP stuff. Also redid some types to use standard int types instead of my lazy attempts. Plus the server uses Lua. A bunch of other stuff got tossed. Initial commit of engine code to a Git repository. Prior to 2014, it was just like in a directory, and I would just like edit the files. It's kind of how these projects go, though. So just the fact that just that fact alone, we didn't close the tabs yet. We're gonna have to dig for those. How do you not know how to redeem stuff? You just click the little bubbly thing. Yeah, I think I must have been very, very bored. +9 UTC. Back in like 2000s or whatever, on like one of my Windows systems, I was bored one day. I was like, I'm gonna set my time zone to like Japan. And I did. Also, I must have been very, very, very bored these days, apparently. There's not a lot of commits in the repository, but they span 11 years, so I got that going for me at least. Alright, where are we gonna like steal some tabs from? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna continue to pick on this window. This window just has so much stuff on it. There's like some Wikipedia windows. There's like some Rust stuff. Let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of Chromium issues, Electron build tools, that thing. This GitHub tab, Pi serial. I think that's been at least 5. Some bonus tabs in there. And the rest of those can just continue to rot. PvP. The networking. What are we talking about here? See, how far over do I want this? How about right about here? That way I can keep my head right in front of it. And no one will be the wiser. To do something to do. In addition to being like a 3D engine, it's also technically supposed to be a game of some sorts. So there's like stuff that got added to it. Like once I had it set up to like sort of behave like a, I don't know, like a third person MMO type game thing almost. But not really. Didn't really behave very well. But there is like a server side implementation. There is like a whole networking layer. There's like um there's like an end body physics simulation thing that probably doesn't work very well. But the thing that I'm interested in today is the renderer. The renderer. The renderer. The not the triangles. Anything but the triangles. Anyways, now that a bunch of stuff has been committed thoroughly to the repository and swept under the rug, and we have applied excessive amount of buffers, I might actually want to close some of these. Let's close, I don't know, system.json 69. Multi-type. I don't think I need multi-type. Mem. Whatever that the hell that is. You can get rid of those. I don't need that right now. Definitely don't need that one. Don't need any of the server stuff. I don't think we need CMake lists open right now. I don't need the bind loader. Don't need this or that yet. Probably not that either. That one's pretty self-contained, so we don't have to touch that. I might leave Vulkan stuff open. But we might close the Wayland files. Don't need git ignore open. I'm messing with the shaders, so we can get rid of those. And I don't need to have the generator open either. Instead, the thing I want to focus on is main. The Linux main. Wait, why are some of these? Why are some of these tabs and some of these are spaces? I don't think that did anything. Sometimes I think I should just have like a hotkey for this. I always find myself trying to repeat an operation over and over and over and over and over again. And usually what I end up doing, just like keyboard macro next. I just spam the macro. Because of course I do. So we like build this and run it. The way it works is that it will spawn a window. It'll spawn like a Wayland window. A transparent Wayland window. A ninja over CMake is kind of an oxymoron. Those are two different things. This project uses CMake and Ninja. Because CMake is what generates the Ninja files. A lovely window. By lovely, I mean kind of hideous. Can we like close the window? No, it doesn't. It doesn't respect close, but we can just destroy it. Destroy the window. Also, hello and again, welcome to the Sinbleed. Anyways, this thing kind of works. Sort of. Kind of. However, I think we want to skip Wayland initialization. Because if we skip Wayland initialization, then we fall into running all that Wayland stuff. Or no, all that Vulkan. Too many APIs. What API were we even talking about anymore? You know, we need to like not request some of these extensions. I think the first thing that we're gonna have to do is like figure out how to make this thing, how to make it Wayland? No, Vulkan. God damn it. I'm gonna keep doing that, aren't I? I need to figure out how to make it Vulkan without a screen. Which it almost does. So my terminal over here. Because if we can Vulkan without a screen, then we can Vulkan our way into a screen. Or some such. You do instance. Very instance. Like, it definitely calculates, like, queues and whatnot. Turn all that off, because it's kind of hideous. And then, let's see, do I do the... I do these queue things in here. I almost want to, like, just reformat this so it doesn't, like, dump print lines all over the place, but... Kinda, Kinda, sorta, I suppose what I could do would be to cram all that in here. Tis the panda. Again. From the Tekken 8. Why did I say it like that? The ice. I'm gonna get rid of the indent expression. No, that's not it either. Yeah. So like this? Oh, damn it. Oh, yeah. Can I delete those? Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, yes. The reason that I don't program in C++ very often. The auto-indenter is my mortal enemy. Just the Sky Gray TV. Hello, hello. A pro? I don't know what you'd mean by pro. Sort of a... That's definitely a term. This is definitely a term. Let's just like grab all of these. Wait, do I want the indentation? Or not indentation. Do I want the paren? I might want the paren. I don't know about pro at formatting. Definitely like my formatting a certain way, though. Alright, so that should be all of the Q types, I think. I think. Now I just have to put a bunch of these in here. Okay, type. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is my favorite language. That's a question. That is a difficult question. English? Sounds like a very answer. I'm a bit of a fan of English. A programming language. No escape. There's no escape for me now. No help. None. You're stuck in insert mode. Can I just like bake these together? There we go. There we go. Also, I can just stick the numbers and the Q types on the same line. I did not have to do that, but I wanted to. Sometimes it's the little things. I think yesterday we kind of determined that it's a bit of a toss-up between, like, I don't know, C++, Rust, and TypeScript. I probably consider TypeScript to be like one of the more comfy languages. I'd probably consider C++ to be my favorite. And then, I don't know. Rust has a special place in my heart. Next to the pit of void, I have appeared to be flattened. I appear to have been flattened. Did you know you can set the chibi flavor before redeeming the chibi? It's very true. Like, to be, I guess, accurate, I would say that I like Rust, but it's got its fair share of issues. I might have to, like, I don't know. I might have to, like, do something crazy, like write my own, my own libraries or something. My own, like, standard library replacement, because I do not like the Rust standard library. It is kind of a. The Java is Pog. I'd say the Java is okay. I did a couple of different projects in Java. Including some really jank 3D engine. Like, I don't mind Java. It's decent at what it does. The C sharp. Well, here's where it kind of gets a little crazy. I think that the Java is okay. And you'd think that with C sharp being so close to being Java, basically, it would be something similar, but like, I don't like C sharp. Like, I really don't. There's, I don't know. It's like too overbearing or something. Like, you have to name your variables and classes a certain way in a lot of different environments. And I'm just like, C sharp just looks kind of ugly to me. I don't know what it is. I think I would pick Java over C sharp any day. The F? The F of the Octothorpe? It's not a language that I've ever touched. Device extent. Device extent. The Kotlin. This is another language that I don't really have any experience with. Like it's I've never had a reason to learn that. Don't C# anymore. C# is still technically relevant though. Like, I think recent versions of C# add like pattern matching and a couple of other random stuff. Dreambird is the perfect programming language. I think they rebranded. Are you doing the C# joke again? I think your C# joke kind of fell flat. Where's requested extensions? Triangles. This is one of my stream gizmos. Basically, you can summon these things with that command in the corner of the screen. The summon command, the VM summon command, and then you'll have one, and then it will be floating around randomly. You only get one. Basically, each one of these is technically like there's like this virtual computer that will run these things if you want to like write programs for them. If you don't write programs for them, they just kind of drift around randomly. You can change the color. You can actually change the color really easily. If you do VM color and then you put like an HTML color code, which can be like a color name or like those hash colors. those kind of do the thing. Tuna pizza. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a pizza. What is this? Enumerate extension name. I think about tuna pizza a lot. No, but apparently the panda does. Look around. I don't know, because my jokes are kind of contrived. Very contrived. Let's see, I think we have to put this behind Win32. Doesn't show up. We are not fantasy finaling. What do I need for this? KHR display. This is an instance extension. Requested instance extensions. What are you? VK KHR display. Where's VK KHR surface? KHR display swap chain. Get a swap chain directly on a device display without any underlying Windows system. I think we put swap chain in here, maybe? Swap chain. That's a device extension. Display swap chain is also a device extension. Like displays. External memory FD. Device extension. Your device extension. Name Mesaka. This is... Mesaka is a name that I came up with in like... I don't know, 2003 or something like that? It's not based on like... It's not based on any like character or anything. It's just something I came up with. I think the first time I used Mesaka on the internet was actually in... I think I used the name for like one of my Mabinogi characters. I probably had the name before then, I think. Or I had come up with it before then. So I want like an if-def. Almost. I don't know if there's anything Windows 32 specific, but like... It can be like Elf. VKKHR. I'm just gonna copy this. External semaphore. I don't need any of this stuff, I feel like. I'm gonna keep this in here, though. External semaphore or Vulkan 1.1. Well, we're doing 1.1. I think we need to... I don't know if I'm actually going to need any of this stuff or not. I have no clue. There's too many extensions. Display properties 2. I might need this. Because if we're doing display, then probably need stuff related to displays. Can I just, yoink? This too. Surface capabilities. Incremental present. I have no idea what this question is. Instance extension. Yeah, it is, and it's in there already. Okay. External fence. tariffs replacing income tax? That's not a replacement for income tax. It's not a replacement for income tax. Not in the slightest. Why are DRM display? Direct mode display. I don't know if I need those or not for this. You're an extent. An EXT. In this context, it's short for Direct Rendering Manager. Not to be confused with Digital Restrictions Management. I might want direct mode display. I don't know what that is though. Scripter buffer, device memory report, display control, direct mode display. Allows applications to take exclusive control of displays associated with a native windowing system. It's useful for virtual reality applications that wish to hide HMDs from native platform display management system. So I don't think I need that. Maybe display control though? Display power control, swap chain counter, device event. Real Engine. The Unreal Engine 5. I don't think about Unreal Engine 5. Just aware that it exists. What are you? Structures, power states. Display event. Do I want the display event or do I want like whatever this other one was? Device event. Display hot plug. If you unplug the display, apparently that sends some sort of event. Got power control. Very Display surface counter. Has something to do with vertical blanking. Good enough for me? Are we just talking about nonsense? I feel like these questions have devolved into nonsense. Device fault? Curious. The video games are for people devolving into nonsense. I hate to break it to you, but this is not a video game. As much as Twitch gamifies itself. Extended. External memory acquire unmodified. DMA buffer. It's a type of file descriptor defined by the Linux kernel. Allows sharing memory across kernel device drivers and across processes. If life was a video game, I'm pretty sure it's like the worst kind of video game. External memory host. For host allocations and host mapped foreign device memory to Vulkan memory objects. That's a thing. I don't know what that does. It's frame boundary. Full screen exclusive. Headless surface. Headless surface. That's some nonsense right there. I don't think you are a headless surface. Compression control. Format modifier. Image DRM format modifier explicit create info extension. What are some of these things even? Legacy dithering layer settings. That memory placed. Don't think I need that. PCI bus info. Why is this in the list of extensions? Physical device. Here, you get physical device. Multiple device node types. References. EGL external device. Something or other. E. 10x6 formats. What are you? This enables the format R10x6G10x6B10x6A10x6 unormal 4-pack 16. To be used without a sampler. Why is CBCR conversion enabled? Apparently somebody needs that for something. I don't know what. Swap chain color space. Device coherent memory. Might just be built into like 1.1 or something. Oh wait, that's AMD. AMD's stuff is card specific. Yeah, I think we can skip over most of the card specific nonsense. Deprecated extensions? E? Well, I guess it would be. I guess we just kind of dig in with like display, presenting to displays. I don't even know if this extension is supported or not. If I add all these extensions to the thing, do you support like display? acquire. Where do we actually do this one? Use string view. Yeah, it doesn't tell me which ones are actually being selected. That's kind of important. All right, we got display properties, surface, acquire DRM display surface counter. All of these are theoretically enabled. Theoretically. You gotta love that segmentation fault, though. Yeah, that's pretty good. What do? We do queues, we do extensions, and then the segmentation fault. Does that mean that something in here fails? I don't even know. Where can we put this? Kind of actually unsure if like we have all the shader stuff or not. So we didn't get down there. Darn it. This always happens to me. Don't get all the way down there. About senses. Stuff related to like surface formats. For memory mapping. We got We got here. Surface here is probably going to be no, I would guess. So we just a board here, and then you kind of just, I guess it goes there, maybe it goes there. Well, getting it to not crash is, I guess, sort of progress. I'm not gonna say that it's the most progress, but very So we don't have a platform surface. Essentially what we have is like we're just sort of assuming that like nothing actually exists. kind of, sort of, probably. Also, as far as like requested extensions go, I don't have a good method of like running specific bits of code that are for the specific extensions. But we kind of need to do that. I kind of need to do that in order to make this thing like vaguely flexible. Because, well, it's possible to enumerate like physical devices or whatever. Yeah. Fact kind of remains that we don't have surface. Just come to think of it. It's a weird place for that. What do we do in here? We enumerate physical devices. Get information about queues. Create devices. Physical device present modes. Surface formats. Why do we do it this way? Do I even use present modes for, like, literally anything? Feels like I don't. It's just like the surface formats, maybe, but nothing else? It's kind of sort of eek. I just, like, take all of this stuff. Put it over here? Or do we need the preferred device thing? Yeah, we need to pick a device, apparently. Well, if we need to pick a device, then maybe this should go down here. Can I just like set this to something generic? The repo. Not sure what the question here is. Name of the repo. Okay, yeah. I think we need those, and then I don't think surface formats appear anywhere else. At least I hope they don't appear anywhere else. Surface format KHR. What the surface format KHR? How do I break this? Project name here. This is this is what I call key engine. It's got like two different things. Format. This is a 3D rendering engine. Like, it's sort of, kind of, almost designed to be like a game engine, but like it doesn't actually have enough features for that. defaults. Maybe. Still segment faults. That's not great. Don't think it's supposed to do that. Don't think it's supposed to do that. Rendering. I can't really show any demo without like restarting into a different operating system. It was originally like written for Windows, and porting it to Linux has been kind of a chore and a half. So it doesn't really do anything. When it does do something, though, it's capable of like rendering me, basically. Like my VTuber model. And that's about it. I have to like run out for a minute. Or 7. Or 20. I mean, personally, I want to see it run again. That'd be kind of a win. But like, I want it to actually run on the platform. A minute or 27. I think I'll get there eventually. I think one of the main problems that I have, that I kind of accidentally found out, is that I don't think that Sway actually does hardware acceleration. So I kind of think like my whole entire like windowing system has been kneecapped. Which is why everything runs terrible under Sway. Except like applications that don't do anything. It's very curious. You don't see me. Not here. Really? She's the shy assassin. Of the VT variety. I got myself a snack. The highlight videos. I don't know if those are like. I don't have very many of those. I kind of had to leave in a rush. Well, I'll get right on that. Assuming I had a stream deck. Time to DIY a stream deck. And that is kind of what I got all those crazy displays for. Hmm. Hmm. Unchanged the fact that I still need to set it up though. I could make the button. Make the button put stuff on the screen. This is why my to-do list is too long. I don't really know what Odin is in this context. If I dump that into a search box, then I'm only going to end up with, like, the Norse god instead of whatever piece of random software. Because that's just how my luck goes. Vendor libraries. I don't really know much about Jai either, so I can't really comment on that. Like, unless I've actually, like, tried the particular language or whatever. I usually don't know much of anything about any of this stuff. I'd arguably say that I don't have a whole lot of reason to learn either. That's just more like, limits. Great many limits. Is this dog walking for ants? It's verblurry. Judging by this truck, it's somewhere in China. Maybe. I suppose it could also be somewhere else. I don't know. Tokyo. Yeah, I'm kind of E. I'm kind of not paying enough attention. Millennium. Hello, hello. Why are we core dump? Why are we core dump? Did I get rid of my meh? Did I get rid of my meh? So I'm going to delete all that and just be like, get surface modes, formats. The create device. Allocations. A semaphore. A fence. Get cues. Hi, Fana. Create pools. Swap image format. Render passes. Create render pass. I think descriptors are something that doesn't fail. Maybe. Right, sampler. Samplers, plural. No, you want to not do that. I'm going to do an int swap chain. I feel like that's something that's bound to totally fall flat. I want to init pipelines. Init textures. Swap chain. Definitely the swap chain. Sometimes you just gotta print stuff. Although reading through it, this is probably part that makes the most sense. because if we're in here, we're not going to have like a swap chain. Window main thing. Yeah, we got this Windows surface here. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. What do I here? I'm gonna true. We want a true for errors. And now we have nothing. So can I get away without a swap chain? Be like, just keep going. Textures fault. More segmentation fault. These are some small-ish little files here. Cactus capsule. It's only 300 yen. It's a bargain. It's a real bargain. I wonder what this says. Like, that looks concerning. Like, E? Like, is the cactus capsule thingy out of order? There's probably something in here related to... I'm guessing, like, the swap chain images or something. Although maybe it's in, like, rendering itself? Nope, it's inside of textures. That's lovely. We want to be like create empty texture. We got commands. Sell special coins. Very special coins indeed. So what is this? Frame layouts. Layout changes. End commands. A nice fluffy cactus. Wait, cacti aren't fluffy, are they? More printing. That didn't get very far. Do we have like no frames or something? Size, frames, size. It's 0. That's kind of E. If I swap images size, I guess that's 0. Does kind of look like a fluffy cactus. Pet the cacti. And it's swap chain. And we kind of bailed out from swap chain. Very, You know, there's a lot of thing about this that just like it's too dependent on things actually working. Like we got these like frame data structured things. And each of these has like stuff inside of it. Command buffer, frame buffer, depth image. Descriptor sets. But in a couple of places, we're assuming there's always a frame 0. One for initializing stuff, and another one for just submitting stuff. I think you're part of that same thing there. So really, I'm almost better off just having like a separate command buffer for some of this stuff. But it's still kind of important. Could be like number of frames. Set it to like the number of swap images. Otherwise, set it to like 1. That we always have at least 1. that stuff doesn't fall over. Frame data. What do you do in here? You create command pool, set up some stuff, create a frame image. It's something in here doesn't work. Something in here doesn't work. Hello there, and welcome. I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna find it. Image buffers. Wire. Image views. Frame descriptors. Well, that's pretty sus. Now, what did we get here? Frames, image buffers, image classes. Something after image buffers has gone awry. Memory? I don't know if it's memory. Could be memory. Hello there. I'm like working on a Vulkan rendering engine. But I'm trying to make it like render stuff without any sort of output device. Which sounds like the most ridiculous thing ever, and if you think about it, but like, it almost makes sense. Maybe. The only way I think that this would fail would be like if we didn't like actually acquire memory. But I also don't exactly keep track of how much memory things require. We're not complaining about free memory. Is it like Minge memory requirements? Is it just complaining that we have like 0 by 0? Can't make 0 by 0 image or something? Which to be fair, is kind of maybe a little bit not quite what you want. Where do we get the device extents from? Surface capabilities. Which is part of swap chain. Yeah. Yeah, we don't. I think it's. I don't actually know what it's doing here. I'm pretty sure you can't have like a 0 by 0 image though. So we have like a surface failure here. We just like set this to something small. Some little tiny image. No, it doesn't. It doesn't go. Still have an image class, which is 0. Which is clearly not right. Let me just set this to something. Right? Those aren't actually 0. Hmm. Okay, then what are you? Well, that sort of kind of works almost. Ah, stop it. Ugh. Look, I broke it. Are you 852? Nope, it doesn't like something about this offset or this memory device. When I have device memory? Mm. 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 I'm using the wrong symbol for this. I mean, that hardly seems correct. Something weird is going on here. Very, very, very peculiar. The offset is not supposed to do that. At least I don't think it is. We got here free. Limits? Don't know if we have a proper limit or not. That'd be kind of eek. That'd be sort of kind of eek. Why are you basically a million bajillion gigabytes? That seems very peculiar. Um, hmm, very, about device allocates. Nope, that's also kind of like a million bajillion bytes or whatever. I have no idea why though. So you're in create allocation. Apparently we're trying to grab like 2 gigabytes of device memory. Does the device even have 2 gigabytes of memory? I don't even know. Like it didn't fail. I don't think it failed, and I don't know about mapping memory. We didn't really test if that failed or not. I don't test if memory gets mapped or whatever. It's kind of important. feel like I'm going on a wild chase. Find something that I don't really need to be trying to find. It's the team on this. Hello, hi, welcome. Hello, hi. Again. I'm guessing this is like being acquired from like whatever this pool of memory is. That doesn't explain why it's like seg faulting or whatever. Unless like my memory requirements are just nonsense. I don't think that my memory requirements are nonsense, but I also don't know. Dev image handle. let me find memory. I almost wonder if I made this silly thing too small. Very, Tis the yiff of the week. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. What is the yiff weed up to today? Consul of Magrathea. Yeah. Are you making planets again? Making your own entire planet. This is like a big project. The Mesaka. The Mesaka, hello. To the Penguin Operator. And the Christopher 1955. Oh, so we gotta shout out the Yiffween. The well-esteemed expert, I guess, at the Factorium. Yeah, let's go with that. Hope you're all doing good. I have not played myself some Factorio in a while. That's certainly been a thing. Certainly been a thing. I think pretty much ever since I switched out operating systems, I've been kind of reluctant to do much other than like Final Fantasy, and I don't know why. But even then, I only do that off stream when nobody's looking. Also, hello and welcome to the Exo Drifter. Hope things are going well. I hope things are going well. If you are joining me, I'm trying to solve myself a little puzzle of sorts. And I don't know if I'm going about this the right way, even. Basically, I'm trying to, like, initialize a Vulkan context without a display device. So I can render stuff that will never be visible. But my program seems to be crashing. Despite the fact that it seems like it should be not crashing. I feel like we also need to probably shout out Exo Drifter. Underscore. Gotta remember the underscore. It's very important. Very, very important. Did I ever set my lighting right? I keep like losing tracking somehow, and I don't know why. Let's turn on the artificial sun. That will fix it. That'll make me think. Gotta remember those underscores. You really, really do. Mesaka does not have underscores. Mixing up the dashes and the underscores? That's kind of eek. That's kind of sort of eek. I don't know if I've ever encountered that so much or not. I suppose it depends on the font. Factorial naming conventions. I have somewhat limited experience with this from that one time when I tried to, like, fix a mod. Like, lots of stuff going on here. Almost feels like you could make like meta functions that like generate the two names or something. fluorine vent versus the fluorine vent. The fluorine versus the flowering. Oh, look, somebody probably typoed it. Or used the other spelling. Assuming that there is another spelling. And then it's just copy and paste it everywhere. Factorial mod making is a fearsome thing indeed. Nothing a little bit of testing and copy and pasting won't fix. You know, you just gotta try all the things. Good QA. And then it will work. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Let's go with it will probably work. I wish my thingy would work. It's a bit challenging to get this to work though. Like, I'm kind of unsure where exactly the problem lies, except for the part where wait, this is device local. Are we really trying to allocate 2 gigabytes of device local memory? Can we, like, not do that? Does that make a difference? I don't think that makes a difference. I do have, like, this giant 256 megabyte buffer, which gets used for something. Ray tracing acceleration structures or some such. I just, like, mush all that. Nope, that doesn't fix it. I don't know why This function call keeps crashing. I suppose it could be something wrong with like creating an image, but like I feel like that's not quite right either. Like if something went wrong in here, I would expect it to return an error. And it doesn't? Image pointer. This must be what? Image type pointer. Hmm. Can we just give it the type directly? Oh, that's not going to do it. I don't think that's going to do it. I don't think that's going to do anything. Oh, and welcome to the liquid cake. Number 1. The task of the day is to get my program to be not crashy. What is all in DOS mode? This is what I get for copying files around. Yeah. I decided I would work on like my 3D engine. So I'm trying to get it to like render stuff, some sort of like off-screen surface type thing. So like basically like an image that's like it's rendered on the card in memory, but not actually displayed anywhere. Surprisingly difficult. For all the wrong reasons. What did setup do? It's fill in a bunch of stuff. Lady to layout. These views, these image. Image. I wonder if it's possible to like inject the like validation layer stuff in here. Like I don't think I have any of that installed. The only thing I could think of here would be like if one of these references was somehow invalid. But they all have an opaque handle associated with them, so they should be valid insofar as all the call values here, unless they're not, unless it's lying to me. Unless there's some sort of field in the frame buffer image that requires me to have some setting. Either that or this format isn't allowed. That'd be kind of something. Should be the format though, I would think. I would think. I don't know though. Maybe the device doesn't let me allocate images or whatever. Maybe there's some kind of information in here that I'm like missing. Even memory allocation? Yeah, are you like find image memory? Find image memory? Find image memory. Find image memory and bind image memory 2. In fact, there is a bind image memory 2 is kind of a bit of a thing. There's a lot of requirements to this. About this one. Image create disjoint. It's equivalent to Sending, what's it called? Bind memory. Bind image memory too. Hello and welcome to the trade splatter. Throat has been giving me a little more trouble than usual today, but I think I'm good besides that. The image was created with image create protected bit. I think the image was created with image create protected. What if I do bind image memory? With bind image memory info. It'd be like type structure type bind image memory info. Offset. Or do you want device and the info structure? And an int. The number of elements in bind infos. Just one. Just one. Always making structures that you can fill out in parallel. Like, do I really need to bind memory to images in parallel in a single call? And maybe we'll just cancel that. I don't think that's gonna change anything though. Device must be a valid device handle. Bind infos must be a valid pointer to an array of bind info count. Bind info count must be greater than 0. We are, in fact, doing some Vulkan nonsense. I'm trying to get the program, like the renderer, to run without like a swap chain. So in other words, I want it to like render in the background. Because that will prove that like the the actual rendering layers are still capable of functioning. And then I was going to try to get it to like directly access the display, the monitors themselves, without a window manager at all. And have it render directly onto the screen. But that kind of assumes that it would actually work at all. And for some reason, we're like sag faulting in here. Not a fan of that. Nope. The best or worst part of the whole mess is that it's just sag faulting inside of some like Vulkan API call, binding memory, which is kind of leading me to think that maybe I should just try to stick like validation layers or something in this thing. Let's see what it complains about. Somewhere in here there's like validation features. I don't think that we have. I don't think we have those. Yeah, that's not really getting loaded in the list here. Open validation layers. Vulkan validation layers. Wait, you're up to date. Lies? E? What about extra layers? Well, that's kind of... it's kind of... names of layers to enable. I didn't really add layers. I don't think my program enumerates layers. I might have to make that. I might have to go back to initialization. We look for extensions. But not layers. Or do we go in here for layers? How many, how many, Let's give me validation. I don't think so. Watching the stream from the beginning. There's not a whole lot that you missed, to be honest. Basically, like, I dug up one of my older projects, one of my, like, 3D engine, which is it's like a Vulkan rendering front end thing. And we're trying to make it run on Linux without like a front end. Like there's no, we don't have like an output device. We just want it to like run, like allocate buffers on its own and render basically to memory. And that's what I've been trying to do here, apparently. Direct mode display. Acquire DRM display. I don't think I need acquire DRM display. Guess we're gonna add this though, so it doesn't complain about that. Alright, what do we got here? Memory is complaining because buffer require find buffer memory requires memory type bits 3B, but device memory, what's it called, 1 is allocated with memory type index 2. Memory must have been allocated using one of the memory types allowed in the memory type bits member of memory requirement structure. Returned from a call to get buffer memory requirements. So my program has been like crashing for like the last, I don't know, hour on some sort of memory fault. And apparently it's because we're trying to allocate something in the wrong kind of memory. And I didn't really keep track of any of that. When I wrote this thing originally, I was very extremely lax with how I wrote it. It's just like, oh, we'll just put stuff wherever it works. Which is not... It's not necessarily a bad way of doing it, but it's not very robust. It kind of... It's not flexible at all. So... I'm guessing... GDB, it's not even the GDB, it's like a validation thing. Like the Vulkan validation layers, which I just turned on, literally tell me that I need to turn on these, I have to have these bits, and they have to be allocated, and if we allocate those bits, or from a memory with those bits, it will probably maybe kind of work. There's this thing called memory type bits. And we just ignore these. Just the Saiga 9. Hello, hello. Time to fire up the old GDebugger. Are you copying a pasta in memory? Find image plain memory info. The next chain does not include a bind image plain memory info structure. Memory must be allocated one of the memory types. The memory requirements structure. Turn from get image memory requirements. Get image memory requirements 2? There's a memory requirements 2? Is there anything good in here? Or are you literally just like image type, structure type? They were just gonna do get memory requirements. I'm not debugging a Vulkan seg file. Yeah. Memory must have been allocated using one of the memory types. Allowed the memory types bits. Broken encoding. There's no broken encoding. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Gotta clip that. I don't think anyone's gonna clip that. My Saka clothes. The cake is delicious. Cake is too delicious. Do I have to get myself more cake? Is this a requirement? What are the memory type bits? An image memory. Image memory info. That was one of those days. was just one of those days. Valid bind memory, bind buffer memory info. Yeah, which error is this? Bind image memory info next 1615. I don't really feel like trying to read through that. Memory requirements. Dedicated memory requirements. The Wingdings fonts. Yeah. Yeah. Every member of chat is eligible to have their own font. Because, reasons. I'll admit, Wingdings is a little bit more niche than some other fonts. To be sure. Memory type bits. What are type bits? It's a bit mask that contains one bit set for every supported memory type for the resource. Bit I is set if and only if the memory type I in the physical device memory properties structure for physical device is supported for the resource. Physical device memory properties. Where are the physical device memory properties? Like we got this one. We got buffer create. Memory requirements. Up here, this like complains about memory types. require memory type bits 3B, but was allocated with memory type index. What kind of memories do we have then? Got the freaky Mesaka projection here. I'm watching you. From beyond the depths. For real? Why have I been translucentified? Yeah. What does device allocate do? Memory type index. Memory properties, memory types. Very, Bit I is set if and only if the memory type in the physical device memory properties structure for the physical device is supported for the resource. So if we have like 32 memory types, that means that memory types 3B. Three B or something. I don't know what kind of memories are in here though. We have heap index. I don't know which heap. I do not know which heap we have here. Golden mice suck. It's bursting with lemon lime flavor. Okay, what about memory properties? Apparently there's lots of different options there. There's lots of different options there. Alright, you can get supported by, I don't know, memory type index 1, 2, or 0. 0, 1, but not 2. Whatever kind of device memory we have here is apparently not allowed. It's my brilliant function for selecting memory types. Appears to be very incapable. Did you break the bad apple? Did you break bad apple? How dare you? How dare you? What are you? Index I. Index I, and then we have... I don't know, the different memory properties. We have device local. Have host visible. We have host coherent. We have host cached. Good luck with the exercise. Lazily allocated. Protected. So what are you? You're gonna be host visible or visible or not. Coherent. Kind of concerned if my memory is incoherent. Cached. Local. Lazy. Protected. The lazy protected memory. Two, three, four, five, six. Tell me. Reveal to me your secrets. What memory lies before me? We have two different kinds of local memory. Local memory 1 and local memory 2. And then we have a bunch of host memory types. Visible, coherent, cached, visible, coherent, local. It's probably just like straight up like host memory. We got device, properties, memory, heaps. Visible coherent cached lazy local protected. I don't think that can exist. No spaces for you. No spaces. I don't need spaces, right? What kind of flags are on heaps? I'll put some spaces in here. That will make it all better. All better. Heap counts. Auto reference, what do we want? The heap type. One of I. Heap index. Heap index. Not enough heap index? I'm gonna like move the playlist. It's kind of gone a direction. And then this one's gonna be, what's it, heap, what's it called? What do you have? You have flags and some sort of size? Memory heap. I got device local and we got multi-instance. Maybe device or I guess it would be host. And then what is this other one? Multi-instance. That one here. This got a heap of 0. Now I got the host memory. It's a very interesting size. Apparently there's like host memory that's not visible and not coherent. There's not really any clear distinction between these. Like, they're both device local memory, but one is different than the other for some reason. That is weird, interesting, unusual. Maybe there's some other property on here. Like, maybe there's device coherent. Or device uncached. Or some other extension thing. RDMA capable. RDMA. I guess I have to add more of these. Are there 6? Now there's like 9 of them. There's like no difference between these. I don't know what you would want that allocates from this other memory index. Hydrate. Hydrate is not one of those automated redeems. That means I have to do something. I have to drink the water. There's like 2 ways that I can see this going. I could like allocate all the memory when I need it. Like, I guess just in time, more or less. Which is kind of complicated. Or I could just make my program pick a different memory index. It's probably easier just to make this thing pick a different memory index. I think what it's doing is it's picking the last index. The last index that it can find. So maybe I just need to make it pick the first index. I don't know if I'd want visible, coherent, cached memory, or if I'd want visible, coherent, regular memory. Like, we could end up with, like, uncached memory or something. Kind of weird. I don't actually know what I want here. Nor do I know what the difference between memory index 1 and memory index 2 is, other than them being different. Like a bool, which is like, has device local memory false. If not, I have device local memory. Set index device local. And then set has device local memory to true. So we don't go like wandering all over the place. Yes, pick the first one. The first one's probably what we want, right? Alright, my memory acquires don't explode anymore. Frame 1, begin. Acquire next image. Swap chain is null handle. Well, I guess that's a little bit fair. It's like render or something. Or draw? A draw. We have acquire next image. But acquire next image isn't going to work because we don't have any images. We don't have any images at all. We could technically just like skip all of that. Kind of silly, but basically we just find all the swap things and we just skip all that stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Uh-huh, yep, mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Don't need any of that. Validate frame buffer. Swap images. Yeah, we don't have any swap images. Right? Yeah, we don't have any of that. We're just gonna come back to that. And then everything related to presenting the screen. I'm just gonna take all that. Okay, you also need the main window. Let's just do that. Like if you're not null. Alright, what did you about the validate frame buffer? Yeah, because you have to create the frame buffer. We are essentially creating an empty swap chain. Very empty. And this is in swap chain. We don't ever make any swap images, so this would be 0. Validate, 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 validate. So if we don't have any swap image, and then we don't have a frame buffer. It's a little bit problematic. How many hours? Hours? Maybe around 8. I think 7 or 8 is pretty typical. At the very least, I want to get this thing to be like... Well, music, please. I want this thing to get like... in a place where it's not... I don't know, not totally broken. Capable of actually cooking the GPU? Slightly? I don't know if this is an admirable goal or not. Swap images. We don't have any swap images though. That's sort of the problem here. We don't have any frame buffers. We don't have any frame buffers. Because I find it a little bit unusual that like the frame buffer is attached to a swap image. And that would make things complicated in the case where we want to like render to textures or whatnot. So I might want to figure out where to move the frame buffer. Destroy frame buffer. Destroy the frame buffer. Frame buffer should maybe be like its own object. Sort of like a dependent object. Because if we shut down... if we call shutdown here, we'd want to destroy like the image views or whatever. But if we destroy the image views that the frame buffer is using, then we have to also destroy the frame buffer. So we'd have to make it some sort of object that can be referenced by an image. Or maybe the frame buffers can contain references to the swap images, if there were any. I didn't really do this very good. also have this thing. Just like that, like off-screen frame buffer image thing. What do you actually do here? What is this final pass? Draw a screen quad? Draw some overlay? The UI nonsense? Just stick the whole thing in an if. Frame, image, device, swap images, size. Doesn't overrun the size. How do I want to do that? I guess we're just gonna indent everything. I don't want to have to indent everything though. Let's get rid of that. As soon as you validate frame buffer. Turn true. That would abort the entire frame. I don't really want to abort the entire frame. We just want to be like, there's no frame buffers. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Well, this is not happy about something. Core. Undeclared identifier. 1791. Image layout, color attachment optimal. Just put that in there. And now it's running? Maybe? We did like NV top. This is actually using GPU. It's using the graphic pipeline on the GPU to render nonsense off screen. That's progress. It doesn't actually do very much compute, but like, it doesn't need to. Alright, let's stop that. Semaphore. It's being signaled by Q. But it was previously signaled by Q and has not been waited on. I guess we want, like... I guess we want to, like, change up which semaphore is in use, then. Like, instead of waiting for... submit. await submit. We have what are we signaling? Present semaphore. So I'm gonna set that one to 1. So we want to set to wait submit info. If our main window is null, and then we don't want to wait for the acquire semaphore. We want to wait for no idea what I just clicked. Yeah. Semaphore. Present. We're going to stage. I don't know, all graphics. All commands. All graphics is a bit intense, but I guess that makes sense, kind of. I think we also want this to be frame in flight. Although the fence kind of sort of takes care of that. Yes, otherwise we could say submit info. Signal semaphore info count 0. Be like, don't signal anything. Just skip signaling anything. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah. So yeah, I made this thing run without any output. I feel like that's not the most useful thing ever, but the fact that it works at all is kind of, I guess, a good thing. I'm gonna check these. I don't know if I want to check these or not. Which memory? Which memory in this in the seeds can allocate on? It might want to check this. So I'm getting rid of those. Oops. It's skipping. Why is it skipping? Why are you skipping? I should have just done this one on the command line. Because I don't want to grab this one line here. Let's get rid of that. For frame setup. Layout changes. End commands. Let's get rid of that one. Gotta shove all my if defs in there. Right, right. Is that all of them? It's all of them. The spreadsheet says, yeah. Hello, hello. We're doing okay today. Rendering into the void. The void does not render back. I'm working hard. Or maybe I'm just hardly working. You never know. I think I spend more of my time procrastinating than actually writing things. We create a window. Oh, no, we don't create a window. The application does not create any windows. Although I experimented a little bit with like creating Wayland windows. So I truly render into the void. This entire set of refactors is to allow the program to render without actually rendering. It's amazing. It's kind of amazing. Just a little bit. So now that we've rendered stuff into the void, onto the void, let's make it like not render into the void. Maybe. Get down to the actual objective. The actual objective. There's this suite of functions in here. One of them is like it's like get display properties or display, one of these two. So like we can get physical display properties. We can present rendering directly to display devices without using an intermediate windowing system. Also, hello and welcome again to the Nympheus. This can be useful for embedded applications or implementing the rendering and presentation backend of a windowing system in Vulkan. In using the Vulkan. Somebody misspelled their comfy. Or maybe their comfy emote expired. Oh no. Various functions are provided for enumerating the available display devices present on a Vulkan physical device. One of my chat boxes didn't render it. Then again, I haven't refreshed that page in like ages. So, maybe it's just broken. Thanks, Twitch, for breaking everything. If we just refresh you real quick. I refresh you, you work fine. Is this what I get for like leaving my my dashboard page open for like months? It's probably not been months. It's probably been a few days. It is the lotus of the Kushan. Hello, hello. Hello, hi, hello, and welcome. Welcome to the Mesaka Pod something or other. I don't know, I can't do it. Can't do it. I don't have the rhythm down. Properties is null. The number of display devices available is returned in property count. Otherwise, property count must point to the variable set by the application to the number of elements in the blah 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 array. Device count. Is there really only a device count of 1? I don't know about Mesaka being refreshed. That's a bit of a stretch. I just noticed something. I popped out my chat window earlier. And it's like... It's not doing the sound thingy when it's like that. Do not pop the bones. Oh no. So I guess it only works with like the embedded chat. Just kind of odd. I don't know. Maybe it's fine because then I can have it on both sides or something. I don't know. Persistent present operations. Plane reorder possible. Planes on the display can have their Z order changed. Curious. Yeah, I guess because this requires a physical device. We have to put this after device selection. It's the sleepy teal coder. Hello, hello. I find it pressingly strange how everyone shows up right around this hour. I mean, it shouldn't be strange to me. It should not be strange to me at all. But it's a little curious. It's a little curious. Just sleeping in. Everyone loves sleeping in, including myself. Where should I move? It flips around. Oh, wait, how am I pointing this way? Broke the tracking again. I'm gonna sit like so and like stare. I'm gonna press this button. Oh, yeah. Have I ever mentioned before how much I kind of really dislike the way VC Face works? If you need a way to like half wake up, just automate the activation of the Misaka stream. Wait, where's my phone? It's like my phone isn't sitting in its usual place and I have to plug that in. And you can listen to the soothing sounds of Misaka whilst you wake up, fall asleep. All of the above, maybe? Although I think it's a better way of, like, just straight up falling asleep, not waking up. I put people to sleep. Cannot read the Misaka. So if we grab the surface modes or whatever, can we like return... Can we like return an error code here or... Like, will that suspend the program? Sort of? Sort of stops the program. I think it might stop, like, the graphics thread at least. Anyways, we need physical device display properties, KHR. E. You know, I sort of want like some way for what you call it, the different extensions to actually like load um, their functions or whatever. Give physical, destroy surface. Give physical display properties, KHR. Gonna break everything. Let's see, where was this referenced? I can't spell apparently. EK functions. Sees that there's no window? Could say I am rendered. Do not over render me. Allow other windows to render their own. The thing is, though, my desktop is completely oblivious. Completely and totally oblivious. Because we're not rendering to anything. We're just making the graphics card render pixels. And then it just kind of discards those pixels. The pixels get destroyed. So there's no displaying at all. We're not touching any of the displays. That is an objective. One of my objectives is to like set up the displays, but I have to actually do it. true. Define true, return true. Yep, that's, uh-huh. I wondered what it was. I know I did it somewhere. That's kind of, instance functions. Load instance functions. Clear vk instance pf whatever. Can I put like one of these in here? Mention some function to display directly to the device, because we're going to display directly to a device. But the objective is to enumerate all of the displays. We're going to pick one, and then we're going to have the renderer output to it. Directly. There's no fussing about with window managers or any of that. We're just going to output straight to the screen pixel. That's what I want to do here. We have to add this functionality though. Let's do our KHR display stuff. KHR display stuff. Structure. Physical display properties 2. Right? Get display properties 2. Get display properties 2. Access to displays is limited to a single process or native driver instance. On such platforms, some or all displays may not be available to Vulkan if they are already in use by a native windowing system or other application. Hello, hello to the polyglitch. We're working on the Vulkan renderer. The Vulkan rendering system in like Key Engine. And we're going to make it access the displays on the device directly. Okay, your acquired DRM display. I want that. what do you call it? Whatever. I want to keep track of these. Release a previously acquired display. Call release display extension. Get physical device. Display plane properties, KHR. That's not a mouthful. I don't know what is. Display planes. Images are presented to individual planes on a display. Devices must support at least one plane. Planes can be stacked and blended to composite multiple images on one display. Devices may support only a fixed stacking order and a fixed mapping between planes and displays, or may allow arbitrary application to specified stacking orders and mappings. Or we can call get physical device display plane properties to KHR, and we can pass in a physical device display plane properties info structure. You know how this works, right? And then what do we got here? Get display plane supported displays KHR. Determine which displays a plane is usable with. Call, what's it called? Plane the application wishes to use. Display count. Displays is null. Pointer to display handles. Each display has one or more supported modes associated with it by default. Built-in modes are queried by calling get display mode properties KHR. Or we can get display mode properties to KHR with display properties. Whatever this is called. You want to do structure style. Additional modes can be called by created by calling. Create display mode. Applications that wish to present directly to a display must select which layer of the display they wish to target and a mode to use with the display. Each display supports at least one plane. The abilities of a given mode and plane combination are determined by calling get display plane properties KHR. Or you could use get display plane capabilities to KHR. I feel like I'm seeing a pattern here. Display control. To set the power state of a display called display power control extension. Or EXT or whatever the hell it's called. Rave up the whole thing maybe. Complete display configuration includes a mode, one or more display planes, and any parameters. Create a surface object for a display plane. Call create display plane surface KHR. So I'm just gonna need one of those. Something alpha flag bits something. Presenting to headless surfaces. Presentation operation is a no-op, producing no externally visible result. Usual surface query mechanisms must be used to determine the actual restrictions and features of the implementation. I don't know if I want to use this or not, but it's I saw this a few times earlier and it looked interesting. I'll add it to my list of goodies here. Okay, I don't know what all that is for. Surface queries. Lag control. Don't know about all that. Anyways, want to start off with display enumeration. And I guess we can use display properties too. I don't know if there's really any practical reason to have like display properties too or not. But it's supported, so maybe that's what we target. We have to put the prefix? Do we have to put the prefix? I think we have to put the prefix. It's kind of silly to have the prefix. But we have the prefix anyway, so like I don't care. Prefix all the things. So, was it physical device? Display properties to KHR. Or no, what do we got? Display properties 2. Looking for the structure here. VK display properties. I have to like include something that we don't have. Like, I'm pretty sure that was in there. What, just slightly, physical device. This is enumeration, right? Yeah. Display properties 2. So we have physical device. An unsigned int. The count or whatever. And I guess we'll do null to get like the count. Now we have a vector of it's the game? No, this is a 3D engine. This is a 3D rendering engine. One of my goals, I guess, is to like make it into like a viable game engine. I don't know what the default dance is in Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite. There's no guarantee that we don't brain rot, but not that flavor of brain rot. We want only the highest quality, refined brain rot. Clearly. I don't know what that would be, though. Mind ferment. TM. Display properties. Resize to display counts. Get the displays again. Structure, display properties. Display name? This is display name. Physical dimensions. Physical resolution. Persistent content. Plain reorder possible. What's the display name? Okay, physical device display properties 2KHR. Oh boy, my favorite. No, we don't actually have the index. Display the resolution. Width, height. Physical dimensions? I don't know what physical dimensions are. I'm sure they might be vaguely important, though. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Persistent. Content, plain reorder. Display object itself. Um, what's that other one? Help me out here, Kling. Plain reorder. We got high width, height, or width, height, string. That's a lot of thingies. That's a lot of thingies. How do I tell if I need to acquire the display or not? Do I need to do that? I don't know if I need to mess with the GRM or not. I might have to, or I might not. I don't know. I've never gone down to that level. Release display planes. Get physical device display plane properties. Yummy. Display plane supported display properties. Do I want to? I guess we're just going to enumerate all the things. Why not? Why not? Why not? Since we're here, get physical device display plane properties 2KHR. You're saying that 40 times really fast. I only do both of these at the same time. Maybe what? Display plane properties 2. display something properties. I can't word anymore. I can't even word anymore. What are you? You are plain index. Well, device plain count. Plane? What is in a plane of the display? Current display? Current stack index? Current Z order of the plane. P0 and the number returned by plane properties. Property count. If a plane is not currently attached to any displays, there will be no handle. P next must be null. Because there are no extensions, apparently. They came up with an extension function, and there's no extensions that use it. Pointer to an integer related to the number of displays available. I don't know if I care. Display mode properties. Do I want to mess with display modes? Longer than I just skip it. It's all just a bunch of blah 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 blah. Naming things is hard. Unless you're Vulcan. Then naming things just involves a lot of words. Cause at least it's not ambiguous. So yay, we now have displays. The displays have numbers associated with them. Numbers that probably don't make any sense. Like it's 520 by 290. 520 what? I'm gonna measure my display. It's really close to being like exactly 520 millimeters. Maybe it's in millimeters. Is that in the specification? Does this actually tell me what these are? Or are they just physical dimensions? The physical width and height of the visible portion of the display in millimeters. Fun? Okay, but this right here, this is not... This isn't a physical device. It's not a physical screen, so the numbers for it don't make any sense. I can guarantee you that I do not have a 1.2 meter display sitting in front of me. Oh, the joys of having, like, capture card nonsense. Absolute capture card nonsense. And then we didn't get any display planes or whatever, right? Like this just returned like 0 planes. We got an error here. Physical device display properties 2. Properties S type. Must be structure type display properties 2. Okay. Okay. We didn't resize display planes. That's why it's empty. Oh, silly me. That's why the program locked up. Matching call to resize. To a matching call to resize? What are you talking about? Help if I use the right variable. Yep, that's probably why it's complaining. Yep, Alright, I'm gonna set next. So null. Where it is a type to VK structure type display properties to KHR. And for the plane, we're gonna do null type equals display plane properties to So yeah, we have a collection of planes. Apparently 4 different planes. One of these is attached to one of the displays, I'm guessing. The other one's probably attached to the other display. This is my guess. See, none of these really report the reordering thing. Yeah. I don't know if I need to acquire the display. That's kind of an AE. Good to get display plane supported displays. Although my assumption is just like a single display plane for each output on the device. That's at least what makes sense to me. Don't know how true that is. With display modes. Physical device display. Property count is a pointer. And then properties is a pointer to an array of properties to structures. Get stereo mode properties NV or not. It's display mode parameters. Where do you come from? Display mode properties. Handle to the display mode described. Display mode parameters. 2D extends refresh rate. Number of times the display is refreshed each second multiplied by 1000. For example, a 60 Hz display mode would report a refresh rate of 60,000. You do the thing with the null. Probably. Because I kind of want to just add display modes. We're going to put display properties first. what are these called? Display mode properties 2. A normalized math function. I mean, maybe. What are we normalizing to? Are we normalizing to like the 8.8 format or like something else? Are we trying to normalize 3D vectors or 2D vectors? Or just component-wise? Component-wise would be kind of weird, though. Normalize them 4D vectors. Be like, how fun would that? You know, technically a 4D normalize would actually make the most sense now that you mention it. Because then if you like set the if you were just set the what's it called? The unused components to 0. Basically get whatever amount of dimensions you actually want. You can add sub bitwise dot product. But no component-wise multiplication because divide with normalize, multiply with the dot product. What if I made it 2 functions? One that like divides by a scalar. And then one that calculates a normal scalar or whatever. I don't know. That'd be crazy. I have to think about the design of that. Purpose of these symbols. I am summoning forth all of the information from Vulkan about physical displays that are attached to the graphics card. Because I want the graphics card engine. I want the graphics engine that I'm writing be able to like grab the graphics card, just raw and untamed, and then like and then like render directly to the screens. But I have to make sure that what I'm doing actually sort of makes sense. Gotta make sure that I can actually enumerate the displays. And then maybe we try to actually open one and put something on it. does this thing get? Display. What is display mode properties that I was staring at? I already forgot. Display. Grab that. Property count. This is display mode count. And it could be null. We have another copy of it with display modes. Data. Data. Display mode. Modes, plural, resize to display mode count. The mode in display modes. Set next to null. And type to EK structure type. What is it? Display mode properties to and then grab all of the display modes, and then for each mode there's parameters. So we get visible region and refresh rate. So I got width, height, refresh rate, we'll do that. Oh yeah. How do I make you go away? I hate Firefox's hotkey system. You can't turn it off. You can't change them. I had things that have like ugh. Make it go away. It doesn't want to go away. So that's display mode properties, I guess. Display mode create info. flags is reserved for future use must be 0. Sounds about right. Display plane capabilities. Flags are reserved for future misuse. Pretty much everything in Vulkan, to be honest. Mode is the display mode the application intends to program when using the specified plane. This parameter also implicitly specifies a display. Plane capabilities. To query the capabilities of a given mode and plane combination. I'll display plane capabilities too. That's the same thing, kind of, but in structure format. I guess this would require, like, picking a mode. Any mode, but not that mode. And behold, all of the display modes. Look at those yummy 59.954 hertz. I think the real kicker here is that this device, the capture card, wants to support like these like stupid huge 2K modes. But also it supports like 120 hertz for some reason. So like if you set the card to this mode, it will take this value and it will pass through set, and they're not super sampled, like it will actually capture video at that mode. The catch here is that the physical device that's plugged into the other end of the card, the output port, isn't visible to the output, isn't visible to the computer. So like if you set this mode, the card will happily capture 4K. It will actually do 4K 60. And I know this because it's been in this mode before, and I'm looking at it in the video capture window on the other screen, and I'm like, yep. The monitor that's plugged into it, though, doesn't support 4K, and it doesn't support 120 hertz. It will output whatever you put into it. So you set the input here, like this value, it will send like 120 hertz output to the display. If you do set a mode that like the pass-through display doesn't support, it will actually like super sample it for you. But again, you have to have you have to have a supported refresh rate. So if I set it to like, you know, full HD, standard full HD, it usually defaults to this one at 120 hertz, which is too fast. So the screen, the like pass-through display, is like your mode is out of range. It's out of frequency range. Can't display that. So like I have to like deliberately go into the like settings or whatever on the computer and tell it to use this format or this format. Which one? This one. Numbers are weird. Does it support like just straight up 60 hertz? I don't think it does. It's like weird offsets. Such a weird offsets. It's like this monitor is running at 59.94 hertz. And this other monitor is probably running at exactly 60 hertz. And then the two displays probably don't refresh quite the same rate. Probably. Maybe probably. I don't actually know. The integer rates. The integer rates would be fantabulous. But that can't be the case. Because something television still exists. And they don't want to deprecate television. Because reasons. I think part of the reason why it does this weird fractional rate is because it like subsamples it as like television or whatever. I don't know why it does that. Messes everything up though. Gotta sabotage the TV. Just have everything support variable refresh. And then nobody will complain. Also, I like how the 4K mode is exactly 60. It's just if to rub salt in the wounds or something. I'll be like, yep, okay. Be that way, I guess. Just silly card. Let's see, where was I? We were on display mode parameters. Got refresh rate. We got display modes. We've got all them display modes. So then we would want to find out if the display plane that we want to use and the mode that we want to use are supported on the display. I'm also not entirely sure if I want to like try to get these other display things. There was something for like, display events or something that I was looking at. Portability, surface, blockchain, mutable formats. Rec mode display. HR display. I don't remember what it was. I'm gonna have to like look in my list of extensions. You know what I don't think I did earlier? We didn't shout out Sky Gray TV. We need to do that. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Definite maybe. As much for 8 hours. Yeah. I think this is just gonna be a running gag at this point. We're burning eggs. I think we're dropping eggs, I don't know. Not drop your eggs. Anyway, since we have displays and since we have planes for the displays, maybe we can like figure out if a particular display plane is associated with a given display and just be like, yep, we're gonna use that one. Or I could just really rescan them over and over. That's possible. That's possible. We got mode, display mode, KHR, display mode, KHR. Selected mode. Alright, So we got big if here. Big if. We want width to equal 192 pixels. And we want height to equal 1080 pixels. And we want mode, parameters, refresh rate to be greater than 5900 or 1000. And we want mode refresh rate to be less than 61,000. And if all of those conditions are met, we're going to take the display mode and we're going to say that's the selected mode. And we're also going to assume that selected mode is null still. Maybe we do that first. I can put it here and then it lines up sort of vaguely nicely or some such. I don't know. Let's see, where are the display plane properties? We have to pick one of these. If current display is equal to the display we're going to have selected plane what are you? What are you? It doesn't list it. It's just properties. I have to access the planes by index. I do have to access the planes by index. So the plane index plane index display plane properties size plane index increment be like -1 or whatever. Plane is going to be display plane properties at plane index. And selected plane will equal the current plane index, and then we're going to leave this loop. And then, once we have all that mess, we could call get a physical device something or other. Or no, it's not called that. It's called get display plane something or other. Get display plane properties capabilities. Display plane supports displays. Capabilities. Display plane capabilities 2. KHR. Let's run that on our device. We grab the display plane info 2 KHR. Which I guess we have to initialize here. Display a plane info 2. That song was a bit of a jam, but I think we're gonna like skip forward in the playlist again. Maybe we go. I don't know where we're gonna go. I'm gonna go back up here. Maybe we go back up here and we run some of this. Some of this. Structure type. Everyone's favorite. VK structure type display plane info 2 KHR. Mode, display mode. Selected mode, clearly. Plane index. Selected plane. Give this plane info. And then capabilities. I'm going to call it caps, because this is what I used to do with DirectX stuff. Display plane capabilities 2. Type VK structure type display plane capabilities 2. And we're gonna leave all that alone because that gets filled in. In theory, anyway. We get the plain capabilities. Which is kind of a lot of things. What have we got here? Source positions, destination position, destination extent. Source extents. Just the myriad of the minds. Hello, hello. We have what? Destination extends. We are, in fact, Vulcaning again today. Because I needed a break from parsers. What is this one? You are, what, X, Y, X, Y. Climbing into the volcano. Fun and profit. Something like this. Is the renderer meant to do? The renderer is meant to render things. Clearly. I'm so good at explanations. Oh my god. I actually have any alpha flags. Display plane alpha something or other. Things it will render. Whatever it needs to render. Just gotta render these nuts. Maybe not. That would be. That sounds like it would be unpleasant. I mean, honestly, this thing started off rendering, I don't know, video game type stuff, and then I just had it used for any other random stuff. Like, I like randomly shoved like Wayland client stuff into it, and now I'm like randomly shoving like direct display rendering into it, despite the fact that it doesn't really have any real I don't know. It doesn't have like a particular like practical use case at the moment. Apparently though, I'm just making it render anything and everything. It's sort of the nature of the project. The project is whatever I need it to be at the moment. The custom model rendering, it sort of renders my model. That's like one of the 3D objects it supports. But like it doesn't do like blend shapes or like mesh deforms, so it's not very good at that. We might make it do that at some point though. Again, probably. Maybe. If I get bored enough. I'm so crazy sometimes. What is this thing? This is like... display plane alpha global? Display plane alpha opaque? Display plane alpha per pixel? Display plane alpha per pixel pre-multiplied? I'll just yoink one of these. Just a bunch of strings. Just a bunch of lovely strings. Gotta find purpose. Gotta find all that purpose. It's gonna be like global. We're gonna be opaque. We're going to be per pixel. I'm gonna do pre-multiplied. Which I assume works, or would also include per pixel, but you can really never assume with these kind of things. Alright, if we run this, we should get like a whole mess of data. Maybe. I'm not exactly about to say that we have a huge mess of data, but we do have some data. We got source extents, destination extents, positions are always 0. Our plane alpha is always opaque. So in other words, the display planes are very extremely boring. Display plane. This is part of the KHR display extension. These are the set of extensions for having, instead of like a swap chain on like a display interface or like a windowing interface, you put your display enumeration stuff. You do all this display enumeration, which is like the physical outputs on the card. And then you can like output directly to the entire like monitor display, as they call it, instead of going through like a compositor or whatever. So if you want to like write a Vulkan accelerated like windowing system of your own, that's sort of one of the, I guess, objectives behind this. I think another objective that was listed is that something like, I think VR devices also tend to want some of this functionality. Except in that case, they're not just enumerating the displays, they're actually like borrowing the displays. Because it's also possible to do this stuff, do all this enumeration, and then like borrow the display from whatever the window manager is. And then it's just yours for the duration of the application, and you can just use it. Display is non-planar. Then you might want to get a planar and make your display planar again. Nice and flat. Shave off a few 100mm. They will be fine. You didn't need those anyway. Destination positions may contain negative values. Alpha blending modes. Opaque. Specifies that the source image will be treated as opaque. Global alpha value must be specified. Will be applied to all pixels in the source image. And then there's some other stuff there. Curious if the other there's more planes here, and some of these aren't associated with any displays. So I almost want to like call that other function the get compatible displays or whatever. Curved displays. Gotta have some of them curvy displays. One of my Twitch chat thingies is all broken. I don't get it. It's not like that on my other computer. E? Kind of E? I think if I were going to get a bunch of displays, it would be like a cluster of smaller displays. Have like, I don't know, six displays that are like decent size, and then we can like mount them on some sort of framework, and then we can build the mech cockpit around them, right? Sure, maybe. Maybe not. What are we looking for here? There's, what's in modes? Display mode properties. What was it? Display plane supported displays. Pointer to the integer. Oh, this is one of these fill-in kind of videos, isn't it? Get display plane. We get display KHR handles. So if I run this for each plane, 2x 240 hertz, 144p. That is so much monitor. That is so many pixels. That is too many pixels. That is too many pixels per second. It's like so many pixels. I can't even. I wouldn't even read the full number. I'd just be like, it's 1.7 gigapixels per second. Sure hope you like bandwidth. Multiply that number by 32 to get like whatever it is. Bits per second. Something gigabits per second. Do you have like two separate displays? Is that it doesn't send at like the full rate? It sends at the rate required for a single display. So it's basically just, I don't know, it's around like 33 or 34 gigabits per second. Probably. Could be 28. Keep in mind, there's overhead though for the MIPI or whatever. The display protocol. Because like DisplayPort doesn't just send like the raw pixels. Revenging the pixels. Revenging the pixels. I guess you're curious about what my title actually means. So assuming you're not caught up in the ads, which I would hope most people aren't. DisplayPort doesn't necessarily do compression though. Like, DisplayPort actually adds extra overhead. Lossless compression. It's kind of E. It's kind of sort of E. You know, I just kind of realized that I'm like flinging my hands all over the place. You can't see my hands. You can't see my hands. The lossless Mesaka. I don't think you're ever going to get lossless Mesaka. A Mesaka is an inherently lossy process. Immersion ruined. I thought I was just a floating head. A talking floating head. Of course, all of this completely and totally derails the entirety of the actual question, which is like, the actual question, why are we revenging the pixels? Why are we revenging the pixels? So, I don't know how long you've been following the saga of the pixels. But like, I use this desktop environment called Sway. It's kind of nice. It kind of resembles i3, but it's Wayland flavored. Previously, I tried some other desktops, including but not limited to Cosmic, Hyperland, i3, Hikari, some other thing that didn't build at all. No, what was that other thing? It was like Weston or some stupid nonsense like that. I don't know. It was all kind of ick. Weston is so bland. Anyways. Cosmic was kind of way too jank on my hardware. Hyperland behaved really weird in certain applications. Like, I can't really blame it, given my hardware, again. The Weston thing, which is just like some like feature-ish complete wrapper over like WL roots. I didn't like that. It was too bland. It's too reference, too vanilla. And then we get this Sway. Sway is kind of, I don't know. I like the minimal aesthetic. I like the customizability it offers. I like how it's got that compatibility with like i3. But like, something that has become sort of blatantly obvious the more and more I've used it is that like, it's not doing hardware acceleration the right way. Like, applications are not getting hardware accelerated. They're not getting GPU time. It's like, whenever we run into some of these applications, they are somehow getting software rendered in some weird way, and like, I have no clue how this ended up happening or how it even manages that. But every time it does, the application frame rate is abysmal, or it will just like not support certain features, or the application will just flat out refuse to work. Like, I was wondering to myself the other day, like, why does Firefox not support like WebGL2 anymore? When I remember it supporting this in the past. Why do all my applications run at 15 frames per second? Why does like the duck game use half of my CPU? Why does why does the the what's it called? Why does FreeCAD just refuse to render anything at all? And then it kind of hit me. Everything must be getting forced into like software rendering somehow. So I didn't really tell this story at all today. Ever. But yeah, I was like, I know what I'm gonna do today. I know what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna grab Key Engine. I'm gonna configure all the what's it called? I'm gonna configure the Vulkan stuff to work without any display. And then we're gonna figure out if we can get the Vulkan to render directly to display. And then maybe I should just write my own like Wayland server. A voxel desktop environment. That sounds pretty vicious. Pretty crazy. It's not longer Wayland. It's Mayland. That might be a decent name for a project that uses the engine. Or maybe not. I don't know. Anyways. So yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, my engine actually has somewhere buried deep in the dark depths of it. There's like code that like generates like like voxels, like boxy voxels, like Minecraft flavored voxels. Almost. They're not quite. They're similar though. Already describing a difficult project, but wait, there's more. If you call within the next 20 hours, we'll double the code requirements absolutely free. Just pay 100 easy payments of $5.99. What am I trying to do here? Get display supported. Get display plane supported displays. Yeah, that thing. So we're gonna go to planes. We'll call it instance. And we want to call get display plane supported displays. KHR. Give it device. Give it plane index, which we don't have because we did this as an auto loop instead of whatever it's called. Maybe I could do plane count. I'm gonna do what? Plane index less than plane count. Plane index. We get our plane out of what is it? Display plane properties. Plane index. And then we get plane displays count. Null. And then we get a vector array of KHR plane. Does that mean we could play Minecraft? Not quite. But maybe. That would be hilarious, though. Is it a desktop environment? Or is it Minecraft? Don't tempt me with too many projects. Greg? Not the Greg. That'll take me forever. Especially if I want to re-implement it. So what are these? Display KHR. Plane displays. Don't let the creepers blow up your IDE. IDE. Plane displays count. Just gonna copy pasta this line. Plane displays data. Supported display. It's going to be plane displays. Do this in a loop. I can use I in here, right? Right? Plane displays count. Alright, so we got 4 planes. Apparently we can attach all the planes to any of the displays. It's kind of fun. It's kind of sort of fun. What if we use one of these other planes? Does that actually support... Does it like support that? Because we got a display, we got a display plane. So we got plane info. I'm like, I almost want to like take this and just go through all of the planes for all of the displays on one of the modes. So you just be like 0, and then you can be plane info. Plane index. Very voxel. You are become voxel. Destroyer of planes. Current display equals active display or whatever. Or what's that? Plane display plane properties. Current display is null. Then we're going to do that. So we want to put this plane index in here. Got that 9-hour. Goat sound. I'm gonna have to find the screaming goat sound and add that as like a soundboard thing. It's tempted me. It's tempted me beyond all belief. Plane 0 on display, plane 3 on display, and then this got stuck. Why you get stuck? Get display. Get display mode. We get selected mode. Yeah, there's nothing special about them. Plane index. Wait, you're supposed to set plane index. I'm not initializing plane index. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna have to clip out the sound, am I? Why am I listening to goat sounds? Matak. The one. The one. The screaming sheep. Yeah, the sheep. Talk about the sheep. I have that crazy sheep. Why don't you break this something? The English. What about the European? Close enough. As long as you don't go like full Swedish mode or something on me, because I don't understand Swedish. I'll speak Australian. Not Australian. I got the konnichiwa. The konnichiwa. Yeah. Yeah and a half. Am I just getting feeded like... This is a duck. This isn't even a goat. That's not a goat. It's not a geese. It's not a geese. It's kind of like goat. Geese is kind of like goat. Which is an astatine. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Well, I saw... I enumerated plane 0 on all the displays. It is absolutely no different than just regular plane. Like, there isn't even any planar alpha, so like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? Nothing. Nothing. We're not gonna render those planes. Yep, no. Yeah, no. Not gonna... We don't have this. We have... Okay, we have displays. In theory, we have displays. Displays are good. We can enumerate displays. We can pick modes on displays, kind of, sort of. We can pick display modes on displays. We can supposedly control displays. Like we could power control the display. Not that I would want to power control the display, but we could. We have the technology. But no, we want to create a display surface. A display surface will allow me to configure a display configuration mode thing. I'm so good with words. So we want to create a display plane surface. So we gotta do one of these. A display plane surface. So let's just say we have like display 0 or whatever. I gotta pick one of these. Display KHR. Or do I need to pick one? Can we just like, I don't know, borrow display something or other? The display mode. Display mode for a given display. I might need that. Display mode. KHR. Selected display mode. So if we have display, we want to pick mode. And we got selected display mode, not to be confused with selected mode. Give you display mode properties, display mode nonsense, display plane surface, face facade, screen, something, cover screen with lava. When I call create display plane surface, create display plane surface. Create info display plane surface info. Oh, I think I'll this display plane. What does it take? Display surface create display surface create info KHR. Yeah, that's not a mouthful and a half. It can be called display plane surface info. Alright, type. Gotta fill in the type. You are a VK structure. Which I can't. Structure type. Display plane. Display surface. Create info K. No, we don't care about that. What do we need to fill in here? Display mode. Selected display mode. Plain index. Flags. That's probably 0. That probably goes here. Plain stack index. No, 1. Alpha mode. Rendering. The rendering is not visible. Nobody cares about the rendering. We care about surface allocation right now. Although earlier, like the first 7 hours of the stream, were basically me fixing the rendering layers for making those actually work. So now it technically is capable of rendering if we have an appropriate output surface, which we don't yet. Maybe. What the hell was this? What the hell is this field called? Display plain alpha flag. Display a plain alpha opaque. Global alpha. One. Because that goes there. Transform flag bits. Surface transform identity. We are in the Vulcan land. Image extend. 192 by 1080. Oops. Off mode will be initialized after transfer. Does I go here then? Or does I go here? I don't even know if we can use the stack index or not. It has all the things. You can find a lot of different topics on Twitch. A lot more than just games, that's for sure. Like if you just want music, you can watch people make music. You can watch people sing. You can watch people walk around in cities. You can watch people complain about the government. You can watch people make stuff. You can watch people talk about random stuff. You can watch animals. You can watch fish. I think there's a section for like aquariums or something. Although that might be like in the animals category. I don't remember. Let's see. I think we have to put a null pointer for the allocation callbacks because we really don't care about those. And then we need a surface out pointer. The surface we work so hard for. Just make sure that's null initially. So something something C++, and then this should return results. Maybe like complain about create a display plane surface KHR. I wonder if this will actually like do anything. Because like plane 2 is not associated with a surface. It seems the answer is no. What is stack index? Unsigned int. Flags are reserved for future use and must be 0. A repo. A repo. We don't really have like any publicly accessible repo for this thing. I do keep it somewhat vaguely committed to Git occasionally. Creating a display surface must not modify the state of the displays, planes, or other resources. The application of display configuration occurs as a side effect of presenting to a display surface. So that means at this point we have a display, right? Maybe? It does appear to have given me a display object. I mean, that's pretty exciting. And then it's supposed to, like, not present anything or not do anything until we call present. So I would need some way of presenting the display. Presenting to the display surface or rendering to the display surface. That's kind of problematic. I did not build this thing to present to display surfaces individually. Like, how do we actually present to display surfaces? Do we render to them? Do we copy to them? It doesn't really make that clear. Create headless surface. Present to headless surfaces. It's not quite what we want. We want a surface that actually exists. We need to create shared swap chains. Set info. Display swap chain extension is enabled. Multiple swap chains that share presentable images are created by calling create shared swap chains. Device is a device to create swap chains for. Swap chain count is the number of swap chains to create. Create infos is a pointer to an array of create info structures. Parameters of the swap chains. Swap chains is a pointer to swap chain KHR handles. This is similar to create swap chain, except that it takes an array of swap chain create info structures and returns an array of swap chain objects. Swap chain creation parameters that affect the properties and numbers of presentable images must match between all swap chains. The displays used in any of the swap chains do not use the same presentable something or other. Ay, ay, ay. What do we want here? Surface? We got all the extents. I guess the extents have to be the full display. Uh, shared swap chains. I don't exactly know how that differs from the regular swap chain create. But I guess it's somewhat important in a way. See, and then this also does display present info. I think I'm doing okay. Yeah, I might consider. I might consider like. I might have to push this off to like another stream though. I don't think we're gonna be able to present stuff to displays. The amount of overhead that I need to like add in order to like rewrite the swap chain system is kind of yikes. Kind of yikes. Just a little bit. But we do supposedly configure a display surface. That's pretty nice. Actually, if we have a surface at this point, could we like here? Could we like go in and like query these present modes or whatever? Could we like do this? And then instead of wing surface or whatever, I put this one. Or we could set wind surface, I suppose. That's possible. Distro. This is, what's it called? The Arch Linux. The by the way meme. The by the way meme operating system. instance surface. Would it be the Windows Surface we work hard for? These return errors. Get surface present modes. Get surface formats. Right, now I gotta find the thing that creates the swap chains. Where is that? Where do you suppose I would have put that? It's certainly not inside init swap chain. Where do we put this? Create swap chain. Swap chain main win. Swap chain info. Wait, that's the wrong thing. We want surface. This always throws me off. This is like if we have to recreate. Destroy swap chain. To recreate. If we have to recreate the swap chain. So yeah, I guess in here, instead of calling create swap chain KHR, we want to call create shared swap chain KHR. Create shared swap chains KHR. Which I don't think is loaded into the device. Right, create. I'm gonna just grab that little label for later. Display swap chain structure. Yeah, we don't need that. Alright, so now that we got double the function, double the fun, we want call device. We shared swap chains. Takes device. Swap chain count is 1. Create info is swap chain info, I think. Allocation callbacks. Swap chains plural. Do you instead. We'll get the result thingy. So I need to set some sort of flag somewhere. That will indicate whether or not we call this function instead of the regular function, which kind of, yeah, but no, but yeah. So we do device. Let's go here. There should be like a bunch of flags or something on the device. It's gonna give me a hard time, isn't it? Oh, I want the header. Where's that stupid header? 7? Ay, ay, ay. So what? Use shared swap chains. If you sweared shop chains, I can speak words, I swear. Though not very good at times. So what's that other thing that we need? We need to go present info. Present info. That means we have to go to the draw commands or draw screen. I forget which. We'll look in here first. Present would be in here. Present info. Voila. Device. Use shared swap chains. I need a better name for all of this stuff, but I don't care. Then we need to find where that silly extension one is. Display present info. misspelling of structure type. And display. Display present info. And then we got source rectangle. Let's see, if display present info is not specified, the region will be the entire presentable image. If this is not specified, the region is assumed to be the entire visible region. I don't think we actually need one of these. Of course, I could be wrong, but like, I think that's the case anyway. So we have two rectangles, and then okay, false. We're not actually going to do that. Because then I would have to, like, specify these extents. Which I could do. I mean, I could just manually fill them in. Nobody could complain about that, right? Right? Yeah, present regions. And then I guess we would just queue up a present on this page. Queue a present. Valid usage. Valid usage implicit. Will that like work? No, it's seg faults. Oh, that's lovely. I don't think you're supposed to seg fault. You know, just a thought. I never set the device extents or whatever. That's kind of sort of surface capabilities. Current extent. Physical device surface capabilities. I don't know if you can call that on like a display surface. You know what could have happened? Could have like gotten create shared swap chains KHR. Oh, we didn't turn it on. Or we didn't put the extension. That's my working theory. That's what I'm going with here. We got display swap chain. We got the display. We got the swap chain thing. What do we have here? Device create. Device extensions enabled. We got swap chain, but we don't have display swap chain. So we shouldn't be enabling shared swap chains. Unless we actually have that extension, which, yeah, but no, but yeah. So we're just gonna put an and false in there and be like, do make sure we have PKKHR display swap chain. Or we just set this to false. And put the do on that instead. Okay. Let's see if this does anything. Well, I mean, it kind of went somewhere. We got invalid present modes. That's kind of fun. Look at present modes. We don't even look at the present modes. We just pick one. We just randomly grab a present mode. Here it was. I'll be like, okay. Present mode KHR. I guess we're gonna have to like find that. Get present modes. We query all the present modes. Wait, you're like you're just a bunch of integers or whatever. A. Let's see, what do we have here? If we got FIFO relaxed, maybe we use that. We have FIFO. Maybe we use that. Not the CSS Saka. FIFO, FIFO. Off to Chibi we go. So off to the rendering pipeline we go. Wait, do we actually have a device at this point in time? I guess we sort of do. Fully initialized, I guess. What is it? It's called a present mode. We're gonna default to, I don't know, FIFO relaxed. Although we should really just turn this thing into like a proper lookup thingy. A proper lookup thingy. I think I will do this as like a scoring system. It starts off at 0. Highest number wins, basically. I think FIFO KHR should just be like the default. And then we got, what? Present mode immediate. I don't know what we should score that one. Present mode shared demand refresh. The hell does it even mean? Present info. Where's this actually at? It's in the swap chains or whatever. Ignore non-zero values. Let's see here. Almost identical to FIFO. I don't know if I want immediate. It'd be kind of eek. I want to know what shared demand refresh is, though. Shared demand refresh. Presentation engine is only required to update the latest content of a shared presentable image after it presents. The application must call QPresent, guarantee an update. However, the presentation engine may update it at any time. Present mode share continuous refresh. Presentation engine will automatically present the latest content of a shared presentable image during every refresh cycle. And the application is only required to make one initial call to QPresent. I might do this shared demand refresh nonsense. We might try that. We might try a hydrate. Just Yeet the entire thing. It appears to have done nothing. Because we didn't actually store the present mode in it. God damn it. Can you use the actual mode that I picked? Thank you very much. A shared demand refresh requires the extension shared presentable image. We don't have shared presentable image, do we? Create info called with present mode. Shared demand refresh, but minimum image count is 3 for shared presentable image. Minimum image count must be 1. Yeah, maybe we don't touch that one. Maybe we just stick to something comfy, like a FIFO. Create swap chain. Error. Initialization failed. I suppose that's better than a validation error. Also, hello and welcome to the colonoscopy again. And well, now I gotta know. Now I gotta know. Does it work if I kill the desktop? Do you think it will work if I kill the desktop? I'm just gonna quit that. I'm gonna exit Sway here. Well, that's fun. The desktop certainly stopped. But it didn't go away. So here on key engine, and we go into build, and we just run you. Oh my god. We put the polygon on the screen. We put the polygon on the screen. As well as like the present graph. It also kind of sort of turned off my other screen, so that's sort of vaguely fun. And I ran it from the command line, and like there's no display manager running or no display engine. Look at me. I am the desktop now. Never mind the fact that this is like the worst desktop in existence. We don't care about that. Right? GNOME exists. GNOME. GNOME memes intensify. Oh, yeah. This is arguably, though, not even a desktop. Which, for starters, like, it doesn't display anything other than, you know, my random debugger thing. Debuggy thing. The buggy debuggy thing. But it runs. Got that going for me, at least. Kind of, it doesn't set the display to some weird format. Turned off the other display, though. That's kind of a thing. I've only had Cosmic explode like once or twice. Pretty rare. I've done it. Although not recently. I don't know if I want to try it again or not. Always suffering at the hands of weird desktops. Alright, now all I have to do, air quotes, is all the rest of it. Yeah, what else do you need for a desktop anyways? Top levels? Maybe a cursor? be a server that actually works. How silly would it be if I actually wrote a Wayland server? I don't even know how to write a Wayland server. What am I talking about? Alright, I had enough staring at the pretty lines. Can we restart Sway? I mean, I wrote a Wayland client at some point. A Wayland server is not too far off. Something that we cannot run Bad Apple on. You know, I want to say you cannot run Bad Apple on Bad Apple. But I feel like somebody's gonna do that. I suppose if it's not an audio-visual medium, then I guess you wouldn't be able to run Bad Apple on it, but I don't know what that would be. It's not gonna restart all my Sway applications. There you go, yeah. Run Firefox. This one. Gotta run the bits. Put you back over here. Find my sucker. Reattach this. I don't know why I have 2 copies of it running. That would be silly. Always with the bits. Always yikes with the bits. We definitely appreciate the bits, but yikes. The yikes. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do today. That's all we're gonna do today. We've made it present to the monitors, the displays. We made it to present to the displays. That's yeah. Yeah. When do I stream exactly? A good question. I suppose that depends on your time zone. A little bit. Normally, it's like Tuesday evening for me, which is like Wednesday morning. It's like Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning type stuff. Thursday evening, Wednesday morning, or Friday morning. How weird. How weird. Like, technically, I consider my start days to be like Tuesday, Thursday, and then like Saturday. but like the way time zones work, it kind of rolls over. And like this week, I was really worn out, so instead of doing a Saturday stream, I streamed today, which was a Sunday start, and then it goes into Monday. But like I said, time zones, slightly. Because like when I start the stream, the day rolls over, basically. Like, it depends on your perspective. But yeah, I was worn out. I was kind of tired. Just gonna snooze ads because I want to, instead of do all that nonsense, we're gonna be like ending. We'll be ending right about now. So yeah, if you can catch me on Tuesday evening or Wednesday morning, that's the next one. That's the next stream. We're probably going to continue my adventures in, I don't know, maybe Vulcan shenanigans. Or maybe I go for input devices. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's been 10 hours, though. Almost 11. Good damn it. There's just no winning with me. There's just no winning for me. It is the Jade-san. Hello, and welcome to the end of the stream. Are you trying to write the VM nonsense? We have not a lot of time for that. Look for real. Index 10. Behold the contents of the Nympheus VM. Is it like you expect? Maybe, maybe. Registers. The upper portion is registers. The bottom portion is memory. Simple. Straight to the point. Probably. Probably. And of course, up here is where your ship is. And I think this also says what color it is, maybe. I don't think it does, actually. The virtual machine. The spaceships have virtual machines attached to them, so you can program them to fly around however you want. Or if you don't want to fly around the ship, you can like you can like program the pixel array. That's also a thing that has been touched forever. It's scary to program them. Is it though? Is it though? It might be a little bit. It does take a little bit. Anyways, I am going to call it here finally. Fine. Bye bye for now. Take care. You can visit me again on one of the 3 days where I'm not crazy. I don't know if we need to like. I don't know where we go. Probably just gonna be one of those days. One of those days. Farewell. So long. Remember. Remember. Cake is delicious.